Good morning, everyone. Hello. Hello. Okay. All right.
Big progress addressing the gas shortages that you're facing this fall. Could still be a cold, dark winter here in the United States as well as the administration plans to ask money for Ukraine. They want to be able to keep Republicans in line and only the few dissenting voices, people saying, hey, why are we spending so much heat? Why are we not doing that here at home? They were fearful, though, that if this war had really turned into a difficult slog, it would grow. Push back to keep them silent and keep your home. And
Good morning. I welcome one and all participants in person and virtually. Pleasant good morning to the Chairman of the Integrity Commission and the Dr. Lady Joseph of the Rockland Koranteng and Harrison Head of the Public Sector Governance, Commonwealth Secretariat, Winston James, Deputy Chairperson, and other commissioners of the Integrity Commission, Rendona Henry Marshall, Permanent Secretary, Department of Public Administration, Union San Diego, Administrative Management, Elizabeth Henry Bridge, Operations Management, Chairpersons, Deputy Chairpersons, other board directors, CEOs, managers, deputy CEOs, managers of statutory bodies, and Matt Kendall, Chairperson of the Commonwealth Caribbean Association of Integrity Commissions and Anti-Corruption Bodies, other executive members and regional colleagues, members and staff of the Department of Public Administration, and the Office of the Integrity Commission. My name is Dawn Walker, and I'll be your moderator for this morning's session. This is the fifth of the Virtual Center for Excellence Series training for senior leadership and management regional training program. This program has been in collaboration, is in collaboration with the Integrity Commission, Commonwealth Secretariat, Department of Public Administration, Government of Grenada. Today, this morning, is the seventh day of this week's training, and the participants, as I said, is from the statutory bodies, named chairpersons, deputy chairpersons, CEOs, managers, directors, and of course, my colleagues from the Integrity Commission. This morning's proceeding, as usual, we will begin with one prayer, and so to do so, I invite my colleagues, acting head of investigation, Mrs. Samorna Dowe-Mitchell.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker, good morning all, and your reverence. Heavenly Father, this is us again, your humble servants. We come to you this morning to give thanks for life, to give thanks for the presenters this morning. Thank you for having Dr. Koranteng here with us to share his knowledge. We pray that he is clear and he is concise in his presentation. We pray that those that are here with us face to face and online are able to take in the information and also to share it when they reach back to the respective places of work. In your name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Mrs. Dowe-Mitchell, for your word. Before we move on directly into the program, of course, we need to have an official welcome from the Integrity Commission. And to do so this morning is Commissioner Winston James, who is also the Deputy Chairman of the Commission. And just a little about Commissioner James. Commissioner James has been a commissioner for roughly about 3 years and has been an officer of the Royal Grenada Police Force for about 47 years. And represented the top cop of the Royal Grenada Police Force for a combination of 8 years before retiring. And so I would like to invite Commissioner James to the podium to welcome you. Commissioner James.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Pleasant good morning to everyone. This is a pleasant day for the Integrity Commission, and I must say a very busy day. We are here this morning for this session, and later on this afternoon, we'll be having a press conference. So we are really busy. Ananda Chapman, Lady Joseph, Chairperson, Grenada Integrity Commission, Dr. Roger Koranteng, I hope I have it right. Advisor, Head of Public Sector Governance, Commonwealth Secretariat. Ms. Lindona Ile Marshall, Permanent Secretary, Department of Public Administration. Mrs. Eunice Sandy David, Administrative Manager. Elizabeth Greenwich, Operation Manager. And I think I see 2 commissioners here, I still have on site. Mr. Peters, Ronald Peters, and Mr. Justin Campbell. Thank you for coming. Chairpersons, deputy chairpersons, other board directors, CEOs, managers, deputy CEOs, managers of statutory bodies, Chairman Mark Kendall, Chairperson, Commonwealth Caribbean Association of Integrity Commission, and anti-corruption bodies, other executive members and regional colleagues, members of the Department of Public Administration and Office of the Integrity Commission. Here I say a pleasant good morning to everyone. I am honored this morning on behalf of the chairman of the commission, Anande Chapman Lady Joseph, the commissioners and staff, the Commonwealth Secretariat, and the Department of Public Administration. The pleasure and honor is mine to welcome everyone to this virtual Center for Excellence, Senior Leadership and Management Regional Annual Training Program. I must say that in 2017, Grenada was established as a hub for this type of training. I want to thank all those who are responsible for appointing Grenada as a hub. This conference is sponsored on a yearly basis by the Commonwealth Secretariat, and the Commission is most grateful for the continued support from the Commonwealth Secretariat. And Dr. Koranteng is here as a member of the Commonwealth Secretariat, and I want to thank him for the part he has been playing in sourcing funding for this training session, which is of vital importance in the fight against corruption here. Dr. Koranteng, thank you. Prior to COVID-19 lockdown, the training was held face-to-face. But today, it is both face-to-face and virtual, thanks to technology. The topics for today is specially tailored to address some of the challenges affecting our statutory bodies. The Integrity Commission is convinced that the topic shows will help to enhance the operational and management capacity of each statutory body as they develop the plan to tackle and prevent corruption within the entity. The Integrity Commission is strongly recommending that all statutory bodies must have a risk assessment plan in order to effectively identify, monitor, and respond to corruption and other illegal activities. I urge all our participants to take this conference serious, and I know from the faces that I've seen here, they will take it serious. Remember that each statutory body has a fundamental responsibility for its economic growth and development, and by extension, Grenada, Carriacou, and Putina. Let me take the opportunity to remind all participants from the various statutory bodies that they must read the Integrity in Public Life Act, Prevention of Corruption Act, and the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act. The reading of these The reading and understanding of these acts is of paramount importance in order to safeguard your integrity and public image. I want to say that our first presenter for today is a man of great experience and knowledge in the area that he will be addressing you on. And I urge all our participants to make full use of the presence of Dr. Koranteng as we stand before you today. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming. The fact that you are all here is a clear indication of your interest in your various bodies. Here is the Father's.
Thank you, Commissioner James, for that remarks, and I should add that I think and I agree with all the participants here. Now, before I go into I just want to say a little protocol. There's water at the back of the conference room, right? There's water there, and the bathrooms to your right along the corridor. Yes, bathrooms and water. So now, our late presenter is a person who's no stranger to Grenada. On a whole, he often says that Grenada is a second home. This gentleman is well experienced in his field and is always willing to come home to share his wealth of knowledge and time with us. This gentleman is the advisor and head public sector governance at the Commonwealth Secretariat. He is also the principal specialist responsible for governance and anti-corruption at the Commonwealth Secretariat, and therefore responsible for governance, anti-corruption in all the 53 Commonwealth countries in Africa, Caribbean, Pacific, and Asia region. He has over the years promoted and championed anti-corruption in Commonwealth member countries as well as non-Commonwealth member states. His anti-corruption work is recognized globally. He has established the following organizations. In 2011, the successful and vibrant Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies in Commonwealth Africa to promote interagency collaboration and learning through the sharing of experiences and best practices. In 2013, the Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center in Botswana. The center is a primary vehicle for building and strengthening the capacity of anti-corruption agencies in Commonwealth Africa. 2015, the Commonwealth Caribbean Association of Integrity Commissioners and Anti-Corruption Bodies here in Grenada. The association provides a unique forum for sharing experiences, good practices, and benchmarking country efforts in the fight against corruption and the promotion of good governance in the Commonwealth Caribbean. He is the proud winner of the 2018 Global International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award in the Innovation category. This prestigious award recognizes persons annually who have not only demonstrated commitment to prevention of corruption globally, but also their dedication to the sustainable development agenda of the United Nations. He holds a PhD in public policy from the University of Birmingham, UK, and any degree in public policy and administration from Institute of Social Studies, The Hague, Netherlands. Postgraduate diploma in public administration, UNMPA Ghana. Postgraduate diploma in environmental studies, University of Oslo, Norway, and a BA University of Ghana in Africa. He currently holds the position of the Public Sector Governance Commonwealth Secretariat for the UK, with oversight responsibilities for governance, anti-corruption, public finance management, and public administration. He is married with 3 children. He is the other than our Dr. Roger Koranteng, our lead presenter, as he is affectionately known in Grenada. We often call him Dr. K. I now hand over this session to you, Dr. K, to share on the topic organizational integrity to ensure enhanced risk management of corruption control. Dr. Koranteng, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for the warm introduction. Now listening to your profile sometimes, like you are listening to. But thank you once more. And I will say all protocol observed. Just to say that I'm happy to be back home again. The COVID for 2 years prevented us from meeting face to face. So we have to use the technologies of the day by doing virtual. So now that we can meet face to face, I think it's heartwarming. The world have to move on. This will be that this lockdowns will not happen, but if it does happen, the world will run to a halt. Not going to be good for it. Particularly those in the commercialized sector, including some employees, state house, or state organizations. Thank you for the warm up. Before I start, who know me like I like to share some few jokes. You know, I come from Africa. Mosquito is quite deadly in Africa. So there was this baby mosquito trying to fly for the first time. So he went out, flew all over the places, enjoying the scenery, the breeze, flying over the mountains, over rivers, over buildings. So the baby mosquito maiden flight was quite exciting. When baby mosquito went home, as usual, the mother will ask, how was your baby flight? Baby mosquito said, Mom, it was excellent, it was exciting. The most exciting part for me that everywhere I passed, people were clapping for me. I pass left, they clap. I pass it right, they clap. I go up, they jump, clap. So they were clapping all over. So it was quite exciting. Mother mosquito saying, wow, I thank God that you have come safe home. Because you see, that's how they kill mosquitoes. They kill mosquitoes by clapping. So when we went left, they were clapping, they wanted to catch you and just kill over there. Right, they wanted to follow you and kill over there, jump and kill you. So they were trying to kill you. So you have to be careful. So anytime I hear people clapping, or you hear people clapping for you, you know the implication. You have to be ready. That's just it. So, Richard, so where's my presentation anyway? Richard, IT, where's my presentation? So I will look on the screen. All right, so we're going to start. I think your I can't see much. I will put it on. Yeah, so that. Yeah, sure. Okay, so your program, you see something like organizational integrity, and risk management, corruption, and all that. What actually means corporate governance for your purpose? So we're going to focus on corporate governance to ensure enhanced risk management. So what is going to happen is that we're going to look at corporate governance, then we look at risk management, and then we look at corruption control. Because at the end of the day, corporate governance is supposed to ensure effective management of the organization, particularly normally we use to call company, but an organization that's supposed to operate in commercial sector to make profit or to recover costs. So in terms of the structure this morning, we're going to look at corporate governance and some definitions and the dimensions of corporate governance, the role of the board of directors, building a talented board, the characteristics of a good director of the board, that is a board member. Then we look at compliance, key factors in compliance program, and we focus on risk management of it. We look at all corporate governance and simplification of corruption. We look at corporate governance and corruption, the cost of corruption, anti-corruption strategies, and mainstreaming corruption prevention. Then we conclude. So, that's the role of corporate governance has never been more vital. The role of corporate governance has never been more important than now. Because corporate governance is a set of measures through which an institution are held accountable by their stakeholders. When we say a stakeholder, who is a stakeholder? We have three primary stakeholders for every company, organization, or institution. Then we have secondary stakeholders. But the primary stakeholders, without which the organization cannot exist or survive. So anytime we hear primary, that means the most important. Normally we say the basic, that is the most important. Like when we say the basic school, basic education, that is the most important of all the educational systems. Because if the basic is not right, your secondary school and your tertiary will collapse. So when we say something basic, that is primary, is of the fundamental important, is the foundation. So what is the stakeholder? Three primary stakeholders. You have to have the owner, maybe the private person, the owner, it may be the government representing the public, the state's owner. Two, the employees. And three, primary, the client or the customers. Now we realize that without these three, there's no way to have a successful business. In the first place, there will be no business if there's no owner to set it up. If you are owner, you set it up and there are no people to work for it, there's no company or institution. And if you have ownership, you have people working and there's no customer or client, you don't have a company or institution. So the institutions are held accountable by their stakeholders. That means by the owner, the employee, and the client. Then we have other secondary owners, other secondary stakeholders, your suppliers or creditors, suppliers, and all those secondary stakeholders, your bankers and those things. So the doctrine of good governance gained popular support after the fall of major banks and companies in the United States and Europe. You remember the financial crisis where banks, major banks, who they say they were too large to collapse. And it brought some awareness, some awakeness around the world because it affected everything. Then they realized that there were no corporate governance being adhered to. So what did they do? Several legislations and principles were put forward by central government, the stock exchange, to protect companies from collapse. Because they collapsed because of bad corporate governance. See something? Yeah. Okay, so why focus on corporate governance? Organizations or companies are firms or institutions with greater capital requirements, risk, and complicities that demand greater control. So when you have an entity that have a lot of capital requirement. Let's look at some of these entities. Amazon, Microsoft, Facebook, Elon Musk. Now these companies, one company, their income is greater than the whole of the Caribbean region put together. Is greater than the whole of African countries' economy put together, one company. So if you have such a company, their capital requirements, their risk and complexities demand greater control. Assuming that Amazon collapses, it will affect a lot of things, including now we are doing online trading, online shopping. Now some people in developed countries, I don't know when the last time they went to the shops to buy anything. They go to Amazon, you can buy anything from Amazon and it will be delivered on time to your doorstep. Particularly when you have Amazon Prime. See, these organizations have a way of getting too much money, free money. Amazon Prime means that you pay like equivalent of about $200 or $150 individually around the world so that they can deliver free money for Amazon with the idea that they will deliver your product that you buy online within a day or two. So can you imagine that Amazon have over 5-10 million customers around the world and each of them paying just $100 US? Already, look at the amount of million Amazon is collecting. Anyway, if one can succeed to run a company, then one can succeed to run any institution. Because you see, boards, CEOs, if you can manage an institution that requires risk and complexities, then you can manage any institutions in the world. Hence, the principles of corporate governance can be used for management of any institutions, whether small or large, profit-making or welfare-oriented, like NGOs or civil society organizations. Importance of corporate governance, though. So hence, the following are the importance of corporate governance. It helps to reduce, eradicate, and prevent fraud. It exposes, prevents, and reduces corruption. And it improves the perception of shareholders that the organization is properly managed, which might attract them to invest more in it. It will promote market confidence so that potential investors will be attracted to companies with good corporate governance practices. And it will lead to good performance of the organizations, which will help them to achieve their objectives and remain successful going concerns. It's also, study has consistently shown that having an effective corporate governance program in place support economic growth and help drive the efficient use of resources. So corporate governance can also create the condition that attracts both domestic and foreign investment. So the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, which I'm proud to say the late was from Ghana, my country, which I know him personally, described it best that good governance is perhaps the single most important factor in eradicating poverty and promoting development. He was right then, and he is right today. Because if you manage your companies well, your domestic companies, investors will come in. Why? Because for any investor to come into your country, first they do what they call intelligence survey, and want to be sure that the existing companies, how are they managed? How are they thriving? Because if the existing companies are not thriving due to corruption or conflict of interest, then obviously they will not come to invest. So Kofi Annan made one of the best statements. And just a little anecdote there, in Ghana, is the only country on earth where you are born with your name. Your first name is settled. As soon as you are born, everybody knows how they should call you. So the parents will never argue about how they should call your first name, whether they should call you after some film movie star or celebrity star or whatever. No, in Ghana, as soon as you are born, everybody knows how they should call you because you are born with your name. You come with your first name. So if you go to Ghana and you see Kofi, that name there, the first name, you say, I'm looking for Kofi, you're going to get hundreds and thousands of Kofi coming forward. Because what it means is that every boy born on Friday is called Kofi. Every boy born on a Friday is called Kofi. We have names from Monday to Sunday, both girls and boys. So our first president called Kwame Nkrumah, every boy, including my son, is called Kwame. That means we were born on a Saturday. So every boy born on a Saturday is called Kwame. Every boy born on a Sunday is called Kwesi. And Amma is every girl born on Saturday. So from the Monday to the Sunday, we have names. So as soon as you are born, everybody start calling, oh, Kofi, welcome, Amma, welcome, Kwame, welcome. That's it. There's no argument between mother and father, because some fathers can be fanatics about football or cricket or film star, or then they want to name their children after that. No, that one is no argument. Everybody knows. So that's a little antidote for you. So when you hear those names, it tells you that they are from Ghana and it has a day that they were born. Anyway, so by definitions that we have to look at, having explained the introduction, corporate governance has many definitions and interpretations. However, the general acceptable definition is that corporate governance is a system by which companies are directed and run in the interest of stakeholders. I've explained the stakeholders for you. So these stakeholders are internal, particularly in the statutory bodies and commercial entities. These are the board of directors, like you here, company secretaries, managers, staff, and so on. And the external shareholders, creditors, government, union, and so on. It is a system of structuring, operating, and controlling a company with a view to achieving long-term strategic goals to satisfy shareholders, creditors, employees, customers, and suppliers. And compliance with rule and regulatory requirements, in addition to meeting environmental and local community needs. So that is another long definition. Another definition would be, it is a set of processes, customs, policies, laws, institutions affecting the way a company is directed, administered, or controlled. So what is the explanation for all this definition? Basically, what it means is this. Corporate governance is about the way in which organizations are run or managed and who should control them. So you have the chairman of the board of directors, you have the chief executive officer, you have the board of directors and proprietors, including shareholders in the case of companies, and then managers and the rest of the employees. They all form the part of the way the company is run, from the top, the chairman, to the employee level. It's also about the process of governing, how decisions are to be made or to be taken. If it is by vote, who has the right to vote? Corporate governance will tell you all this. It has ethical issues arising in the area of corporate governance. For example, promotion of integrity, objectivity, equal opportunity, avoidance of bribery, corruption, conflict of interest, fraud, material errors, and creative accounting, and so on. So corporate governance also deals with all these ethical issues. So what are the dimensions then of corporate governance? The corporate governance functions must steer the direction of an organization across a variety of important dimensions. Now, these dimensions include, but not limited to, 1, identifying and mitigating strategic, operational, reputational, and even financial risk within an organization. So later on, you're going to see that risk can come in the form of strategic, operational, reputational, and financial. Corporate governance consists of the guiding principle that company put in place to direct all of its operations, from compensation to risk management and employee treatment to reporting on fair practices, dealing with impact on climate And even more, because as the world moves on, new things are added into corporate governance. Climate change has become another issue for corporate governance, because some of these organizations pollute the environment, and we have to find a way of dealing with it through the corporate governance by the board and its directors. Another important aspect of corporate governance is the role of the board of directors in promoting good corporate governance. And here, I will use it as a checklist for us to discuss this, as a checklist of the role of the board. So the first checklist is that we want to take off. Does the board have a clear objective and monitor its performance against them? That's the board of directors. Do they have clear objectives that they want to achieve for the company or the organization? That because you can only measure your performance when you have a clear objective as to what you want to achieve. Does you have it? 2, is the board focusing on the correct areas for its decision making? I've seen so many cases around the Commonwealth where the board chair and the CEO are at loggerheads because the two of them, either one or both of them, don't understand their functions. So when you don't understand your functions, then you have a problem, because when the board chair and the CEO are in a disagreement as to who should manage what, then we are in trouble. The CEO reports to the board chair, but the board chair doesn't manage the day-to-day operations of the company. So when the board chair started doing that, then you are in trouble. Is the chairman leading the board effectively? Check. Or don't check. Does the board provide a challenging yet supportive environment for the executive directors? Is there a full discussion before major decisions are taken? Is the board meeting schedule suitable for the needs of the business and its members, the board members? Does the board receive board papers of the right length and quality? Are they provided in a timely manner? How have key board decisions turned out? Have they turned out to be in the interest of the organization, or they have mitigated against, or they are militated, or have prevented, or it has not turned out good for the organization? Is there a thorough boardroom appraisal process with a follow-up action plan? These are checklists that are supposed to make sure that they guide you. Another important thing is board meetings, because that's where everything is cooked. Board meetings. The board agenda should strike a balance between long-term strategic and short-term performance issues. All directors should have opportunities to put items on the agenda. Of course, the board chair and the secretary will generate the agenda, but for the meeting, you have to ask all board members whether they want to include anything on the agenda. Agenda topics should be supported, but that's a rude interference. Yes, please, sir.
What stage can we have?
Well, I was saying that maybe at the end of this presentation, but in order to make it exciting, I think you can ask any question anytime. So please go ahead.
It's agreed that members should please items on the agenda. Yes.
Certainly not when it did not start.
What your status?
The
Okay.
question is about the corporation from
It doesn't matter what stage. It can be before the commencement of the meeting, when the agenda has been given or when the agenda has been distributed. I think if you have a good board chair, he can ask board members to add on to the agenda that he has proposed, because normally it's the agenda that have been proposed. And if you go for a board meeting, the first thing after the invocation and the prayer to Almighty and everything, the first thing is that we have to accept the agenda for the meeting. And the motion have to be moved to accept it. Otherwise, it's still not agenda for the meeting. And if you don't do that, future somebody can go to court if the agenda was not accepted and a decision is based on it and it's affecting somebody adversely, you can go to court and say that the agenda was not agenda for the meeting because it was not accepted. So the first thing you have to do as a chairman is to ask for acceptance of your proposal of the agenda, because the agenda is coming from you. Now, having looked at your legislation, but I don't know what the legislation also say about the agenda. Either whether it is quiet or the legislation says that is only the chairman who proposed the agenda and that's it. I don't know. But even irrespective of the legislation, I would say a good best practices is that the agenda must be accepted by all the board members at the meeting before the commencement of it.
that is agreed, right? I would suggest that the legislation at best minimum standards.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when it comes to the agenda, I think it's unfair both to the corporate secretary and the CEO.
Yeah.
Or remember.
Yeah.
At the start of a meeting,
Yeah.
put that item on that.
Yeah.
Because these things have to be researched, they're prepared for. And the chairman himself, to control the quality of the meeting, has to determine whether or not this particular item really merits.
Yeah.
You know,
That's right.
every item on that agenda can be appointed elsewhere.
Yeah.
That is just what I want.
Mm.
Yes, they have a right to that process.
Mm.
That's done, time
Mm.
and
Right. So I would say, obviously, the agenda will not going to be distributed at the meeting. The agenda should go with the board papers, not so. So that's the time you can ask for any comment on the agenda long before the meeting, because then the chairman and other members will have opportunity to see whether it will be accepted or not before the day of the meeting. And I think that would be a good way forward. Thank you for that. So yeah, feel free to, let's make it discussive because these are your area. Ensure that the papers are distributed in good time. That's what we're talking about, the board paper, the meeting papers. Hold regular meetings, including strategic away days, strategic away days or strategy away days. Sometimes the board members, of course, they like that. That one I wouldn't overlay by it because most you want to go on retreat. I've seen board members who want to go to Dubai. I don't know whether Dubai is the only place where you can have a good away meeting. But it's important to leave your offices and go to a place that you can concentrate. Because you see, the idea that when you do the meeting in your area of work or in the city, you are distracted. You bring you this, they bring you that. But when you are a little far away from, you can concentrate, get the full attention to concentrate on this. But it's a good thing to do. At least once a year, you should be able to do that. Go out and have a meeting, a day meeting or something. High attendance at meetings should be expected and achieved. And talking about the strategic thing, again, I've seen other board members, as soon as they appointed, they reconstituted. They said, oh, we want to go and understudy
the way boards operate in a very fanciful areas. Maybe you go to US or Canada or England. That's quite expensive to do. But there's a way around it, you know. High attendance, directors should come to the meeting well prepared. Now, for the directors to come to the meeting well prepared, that means that the board papers and agenda should be distributed in good time. And I think these things are all legislated as to when board papers should go, when the meeting should be announced and all that, because it's important. The chairman should focus discussion on the principal issues in each agenda paper. So focus discussion on the principal issues in each of the agenda paper. Because sometimes if the chairman, you cannot control the meeting goes outside what is being discussed. And before you realize it has generated into something else and wasting everybody's time. So the chairman should be very, very prepared to make sure that you steer the meeting to focus on the agenda being discussed, agenda item. All board members should feel able to contribute at meetings, and they should do so. So if you have board members who go to meeting every time, they don't speak on any topic, they don't be part of it, then why are you there? Are you a passenger or what? Once the board papers have been distributed, you, the members, should do your own research on the items on the agenda so that you can have a meaningful discussion. If nothing at all, ask question. Yes, ask question. Be part of that. Ask question. In fact, it's through questions you can solve problems. If you remember another antidote, asking questions, and the lawyers are very good at that. There's a case I'm sure everybody knows about in those who are old, about the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis at the peak of the Soviet Union, before Soviet Union collapsed. The tension between the West and the Soviet Union was at peak level. Soviet Union have come and planted intercontinental ballistic missile in Cuba. And look at where Cuba is and look at where US is, at the jaw of US. So US was highly uncomfortable that you have a missile pointing to US at Cuba, very close. So it was a serious decision. What do? They have to remove that threat. They have done all kinds of things. So the meeting of the cabinet at the time was the last meeting after all discussion, consultation. They have to take a decision. It's like taking a decision to go and kill Osama bin Laden, Obama time. This time, it was JFK, Kennedy. They have to take a decision as to what to remove that threat, because you can't be America cannot be having this, like somebody pointing a gun at your head every day without Cuba pointing at the US. So they have to do something about it. So that meeting, all the top brass, the military, defense secretary, foreign affairs, all the secretaries were there. So JFK said, this is a threat against our very own existence. What are we going to do? Defense secretary, let's remove it. Let's go and blast it off. We have the technology and the capability to remove that threat. Foreign affairs, or what do you call it? Secretary of State. Do you support that? Yes. You do you support everybody? Yes, 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 yes. They got to a lawyer, Attorney General Robert Kennedy. He was the last to speak. All of them said they should go and remove that threat. Question. Lawyers, that's what they do. Robert Kennedy asks, is the missile stationary or mobile?
JFK asked the defense secretary. He said, no, I'm not sure. I said, what? You are not sure whether the thing is moving around the places or is stationary? Because that will have, according to Robert, it will have implication. He said, okay, since you are not aware, defense secretary, please get the information right away in the room. Of course, they have the technology, satellite, everything. So within few minutes, that has come. That it is mobile. It is not stationed at one place. Then Robert said, you see, that is why I'm not going to go for that option. Because by the time you want to fire it at point X, it has moved to point A, and then you are the one who has preempted. And the very thing that we are afraid they will use it against us, because you have shot first and they have to defend. And they will defend and eliminate the whole of US from the surface of the earth. So I'm not going to do that. If it was stationary, yes, but not when it is being moved every second from place to place. Question. That saved the day. So JFK Kennedy scrapped that we should go and eliminate it. Rather, they went for negotiation. And that brought the temperature down. Russia, Soviet Union removed the missile from Cuba because they were also going to put one in South Korea closer to Soviet Union. So they removed it and they didn't put anything in South Korea. What that I'm saying is that sometimes question solve the problem. Question, and the lawyers are good at questioning. So if you don't have anything to contribute at the meeting, because you are not an expert in any field, maybe you are expert in only politics, I don't know. Ask questions. If you ask questions, you get the right decision to be made at the board. So all board members should feel able to contribute at the meeting, and they should do so. Major decisions should only be taken after a full discussion at board meetings. It's not that you haven't discussed it and you take some meeting. No. So my stuff is not working. Let me see. Yeah. So we go to building a talented board. Again, checklist. What are the board's strength and weakness? You see, your strength and weaknesses will be about the board members around the table. What are you bringing in onto the table? What are your strengths? Your strength will depend on your background and your experience. And your weaknesses will be the lack of certain qualification that is needed around the table. So if you need, say, an accountant at the table and you don't have it, that's a weakness. But weakness doesn't mean that you cannot solve it, because you can always co-opt. You can ask those who have those to come for a particular board meeting to just for explanation or for explaining things or for you to consult, and after that, that person can move on, can move out and then continue your meeting. Is there a strong presence on the board of both executive and independent directors? You see, the executives and the independent directors are important in board because the executive are the employees of the organization. But the independent board members are those who are outside the organization. They are not employees of the organization. And those are critical because they can come out, they can look within the organization from without. You have a lens from outside. you are not within. So you can ask all the questions that is agitating your mind. And they are the most important part of the board. Those who are outside the organization, who are sitting on the board. Is there sufficient diversity among members? Yes. Diversity among board members. Obviously, the first test will be the gender balance. If you have board members who are only male, or if you have board members who are only female dominated, then you have to balance it. What new skills and experience will be needed to enable the board to achieve its goals in the future? Skills, as I'm saying. If you have a skills gap, you should look at it so that you get it replaced in the future. Is there effective succession planning for board and senior members' appointment? Is there an effective succession planning for board and senior management appointment? It's important. You know, succession planning is important even in the organization. Sometimes there are pros and cons, particularly in the management level. The board should look at this and say, well, do you want to bring management positions from outside, or we should bring those who are within and promote them to take management positions, of course, through proper interview. If you promote people within the organization, it has its own advantages and also disadvantages. They know inside out of the organization, they are aware of the organizational problems, and if they are very smart, they can know what they did wrong and what they have to do right. So they bring that experience to board to manage the organization. However, they also bring their own garbage in terms of organizational politics. Who I like, who I don't like, who have hurt me in the past, who have said this and that. So you also promoting antagonism up, and they are going to be payback time. It's my time to chop kind of stuff, or my time to pay you back. So that is a disadvantage there. If you bring people from outside, the advantage is that they are bringing new ideas, fresh of new, fresh of air, new ideas coming up. But they don't know the nooks and crannies of the organization. So initially, they may be making a whole lot of problems. In fact, some who are very enthusiastic in the position comes and they started flexing their muscles all over the place without understanding the nature of the organization. The best thing for anybody to do, board member or senior management to do, when you get into an organization, please take some time and listen and observe for a considerable period to understand the issues. Don't say, I'm coming with a set of ideas and I'm going to implement it straight away. And no. Please take your time and understand the organization first. Then you can know that, okay, here we can change, here we have to maintain, here we have to, and you consult widely. Is there a formal, rigorous, transparent process in place for selecting new directors? Is the board fairly divided into committees such as audit committee, appointment committee, remuneration committee, risk management committee, with competent persons acting as chairpersons of each committee? Of course, in a small society like Caribbean, you may not have all this committee, but the important ones, the audit committee is so important. You can also outsource or co-opt, people to provide you with some of these assignments. Yes, please.
I would suggest let's speak of board committee. Board committee. The only their committee of directors. In other words, you cannot keep other regardless of it. Have subcommittee of board, the subcommittee of board of directors, they can, in my opinion, have expertise invited to assist. But those people cannot participate in the decision making or in this, well, in arriving at a decision, voting on a decision of that. Because they are not directors.
Well, you are right to some extent. Again, everything will be in your legislation. But best practice. The committee of the board must have the chairperson of that committee as a board member. The members may not necessarily have to be board members, because the board members, you are not that many to spread yourself thinly. But the chair of each of the board committee should be a board member. Decision. That committee decision is not final. It have to go to the board. So the chairman of that committee is going to now present that proposal to the whole board meeting, presided by the board chair. And that is where the decision is going to be made, whether to accept or not to accept. All right. So that is one of the best practices I know. Because can you imagine that you form a committee of the board and all the members are board members? And one of them is chairing the board members. Most of the time, it doesn't work like that. So the committee is a specialized committee. You may co-opt some people from outside based on their experience and qualification to help the board give a proposal. And then the board chair, the committee chair is a board member who is now going to take the proposal to the main board for a decision to be made.
But can the board not delegate certain authorities to the subcommittee? You know, like a credit committee, for example. Can't the board say, well, up to this particular limit, the subcommittee has the authority to make decisions?
If it's a board decision and well recorded, then that's fine. Yes, because the board is a board that they made their own decisions. You are the final authority. Even if you go to court, the judge is going to look at the board decision and say, bring the evidence that the board decided. And the court cannot overrule the board decision. So it's the board who is the final. So if you made that decision, so be it. Yeah. Any more? All right, so we continue. As I was saying, a good director of the board checklist, ask the difficult questions. All right? Ask difficult questions. Don't hesitate to ask questions, no matter how difficult it is. Bring it out for members and your colleagues to discuss it. Try as much as possible to work with your colleague board members, irrespective of your personal differences. Work well with others, colleagues. You see, what I've noticed is that, and I've learned this when I have in my office as the head, I have both white people and color, blacks, Asians, everything. What I've noticed is that some people, particularly the blacks, cannot differentiate disagreement on issues from personality. So what it means is that if I disagree with you on point of issue, then it means that I don't like you because I disagree with an issue that we are discussing. I have a different point of view from you. So among us, she's my enemy or I'm her enemy. Whereas the whites, they are not like that. You disagree on the issues, but they are still work very well going forward. I think we should be able to differentiate disagreement on issues from personalities. That will enable us to work well with everybody. Even though we are at this point, I disagree with you. But that doesn't mean that I have some antagonistic relationship with you. No, it's just because we all have different point of view. And why do we have different point of view? Because we are different. Because we have different background. Because we come from different homes. And that is the beauty. We're going to disagree because we have different. So let's learn to work well with others, despite the fact that we may disagree on points. Has industry awareness. You are on the board of a company and you don't know what the general industrial issues are that you are operating within. You should have the sector awareness, the sector in which your company that you are in, your organization that you are a board member is operating with. It's important to have a view about what the industry is all about. Provide valuable input. It's available when needed. Are you available when needed? So the board member should be available when needed. At some point, the board member should be alert and inquisitive. Again, you go back to the first thing, ask the right questions. You should have business knowledge about the organization. Business knowledge means that your organization, general knowledge, we call the helicopter view. You have to have a general view about what the operations or what your board, the organization that you're a board member is all about, your product, your services, and stuff like that. Contribute to community work, yes. When there's a committee that have been set up, please be active member. Particularly when you are chair, you should take your role seriously. Try to attend meetings. Of course, that is a moot point. People do attend meetings because some of the board, I don't know, do you get sitting allowance? So they do attend meetings. Speak out appropriately at board meetings. Bring out your views. That's why you are there. Prepare for meetings. As soon as the agenda is given, please take some time to prepare. Ask if things that you think you want to ask, all your questions you want to ask, write them down ahead of time. Reflect over it so that when you go to the board meeting, you know what you're going to ask. Make long-range planning contributions. You see, as a board member, we should be thinking ahead. So a decision that being taken today, ask yourself, this decision that we are taking today, is it going to stand the test of time? Is that decision going to be relevant tomorrow? Or we just want to please short-termists today because some individual is involved? No. Provide overall contribution. The board member overall, your contribution should be clear. You know, it's important. So enough of the board that let's look at compliance. Compliance is a comprehensive program that helps institutions and their employees conduct operations and activities ethically with the highest level of integrity and in compliance with the legal and regulatory requirements. And that is important. Compliance with legal and regulatory requirements that the organization have to observe. Reasons for developing compliance program. First, it fosters a culture of ethics and compliance that is central to all institutions, operations, and activities. Compliance is central to all institutions, operations, and activity. Understands the nature of risk and potential exposures. It identifies and manages risk that impact on the organization's reputation. To integrate the compliance program into ERM, Enterprise Risk Management Framework. It's a framework that deals with all the risk of an organization. So what are some of the key factors in compliance program? While there are a number of factors or ingredients, there are 5 that are key differentiators in the highest performing compliance program. 5 key. The first one, tone is set at the top. Tone is set at the top. The board set the tone, particularly the chairman. The tone is set right at the top. Another key will be the corporate culture. Another key will be the risk assessment. Then the chief compliant officer is the next. And then testing and monitoring. And of course, what will be the outcome? So we're going to take them one each briefly to explain. So tone at the top. The tone at the top sets an organization's guiding values and ethical climate. Properly fed and nurtured, it is the foundation upon which the culture of the enterprise is built. The tone at the top, the chair and the board members set the tone, and you set the culture of the organization. Ultimately, it is a glue that holds an organization together. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The tone is so important to the level that every organization reflects the leadership. Every organization image is reflected. The leadership image is reflected in the organization. Think about it. The leadership of the organization. That image that the organization have is a reflection of the leader or the leadership of the organization. So if the organization is not being managed well, it's a reflection of the board. Non-performance. Just like if we bring it to the family level, the children of a family, their standing, their upbringing, their welfare and well-being, their uprightness is a reflection of the heads of the family. Your kids' behavior is a reflection of the father and the mother. How you have brought them up is a reflection on you. The same way at the national level, the country is a reflection of its leadership, political head. Let me move to corporate culture. When I see Mrs. Sandevi standing up, do you want to see me? Okay. Corporate culture is the next. In an organizational environment where reputational threats lurk around every corner, a strong culture of ethics and compliance is the foundation of a robust risk management program. You see, the lessons learned related to the scandals and the organizational crisis that trace back in the early 2000s make one thing very clear. Without ethical and compliance culture, organization will always be at risk. And that's exactly what happened. When all these banks and organizations collapsed because they didn't observe the culture of compliance and also on ethical practices. Then you have auditors auditing a big bank which was in red, and consistently they were saying they were in green. So when it was known, that's when the bank collapsed. A big bank. That they said the bank is too big to fail. It was a domino effect. See, when you have such, why would an internationally well-acclaimed audit firm certify to a big bank failings? And he said they are doing well, they are profitable. Meanwhile, they are in red. Why would they do that? Yes, on ethical practice, because they are afraid that they will lose their business. Because when you go and audit this bank, you get millions for the audit firm. So if you go and tell the truth, you lost the business. And that's why they continue to certify them. What kind of ethical standard? And this didn't happen in Caribbean or Africa. It happened in US. And then they will say, we are corrupt. Compliance risk assessment. As a global regulation proliferates, as stakeholders' expectations increase, organizations are exposed to a greater degree of compliance risk than ever before. To help resolve this situation and continue to add value to their organization, ethics and compliance professionals need to be sure they understand the full spectrum of compliance risk lurking in each part of the organization. They need to assess which risks have the greatest potential for legal, financial, operational, and reputational damage, and allocate resources to mitigate those risks. Compliance officer. Enterprise ethics or organizational ethics, and compliance executive. That means the compliance officer, executive, represent a young but rapidly nurturing profession, one that began to emerge in the late 1980s when several government initiatives and high-level commissions began recommending that specific senior-level personnel should have the responsibility for overseeing an organization's compliance and ethics program. Now, these key business leaders or chief compliance officers are responsible not only for maintaining compliance, but also for safeguarding what is arguably an organization's most valuable assets, its reputation. So, as I mentioned before, if an organization has no compliance officer, that organization is sitting on a time bomb. I will respect an organization that has a compliance officer. That organization is forward-looking and it is serious and it will survive going into the future than those who don't have any compliance officer. If I have my way, I will propose that every organization that wealth is sought should have a compliance officer.
Good question. I mean, I still should have an effective compliance officer.
Yeah.
Many of them have a compliance officer. Yeah. I need
Yeah.
no program, no
Mhm.
structure. So not just to have a compliance officer, but given the size and complexity of some organization, the simplicity
Yeah.
of some organization, you can contact out, I would suggest, the compliance officer. So a lot of what we are hearing here, my question is, to what extent we move to the next stage where with your ready access to Commonwealth resources, assist these sanitary bodies to actually bring these things into fruition.
By giving you compliance officer.
No, by giving us access to funding.
Oh, funding.
Yeah.
To
Where we can hire the consultant, to help us to put the systems in place. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So let's say, so we talk about the directors.
Yeah.
So you might need a chart of expectations for
Mhm.
directors. It has to be written, it has to be discussed, it has to be understood and embedded.
Yeah.
So the resources that you have access to
Mhm.
can be used to do such things, can it not?
Yeah, I do. And that will mean that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many board members are here representing various organizations? That means the Commonwealth should have a lot of money to do that. But of course, that is not to say if a request is brought, we'll consider it. Because not all the organization may want to request. It depends. So those who request, we will look at it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, the point you made about every organization having a compliance officer.
Yeah.
Is critical.
Yeah.
That's a very valid point. We need to also consider the importance of the existence of the requisite policies, SOPs, best practices, established best practices, because sometimes that can be a shortfall.
Yeah.
Of organization.
Yeah.
That there is not these documents of these existing SOPs and the like that both management and staff can refer to.
Exactly.
Execution of the various documents.
You're right.
So the compliance officer will obviously need to have these things.
Yeah.
I think even before the compliance officer consideration, that the existence of these things is critical.
Right. No, I agree with that. I agree with you. And also, again, if you have a compliance officer, a senior compliance or a chief compliance officer at that level, it will be one of the first things he has to do is to do this, research and come up with these SOPs, that is another way of looking at it. So that you work on it, understand it, and then you can implement it or apply it. Sometimes I'm quite wary about consultants. Because sometimes consultants, they bring some templates that are not applicable to our needs. I've worked with a lot of consultants in the past. Now I'm very, very careful when I have to work with a consultant to give you a specific instruction and make you work, not that you're going to bring me a template that you have designed from Canada or US that may not be applicable to the Caribbean region. So, yes.
But the best way to avoid it, I would suggest,
Mm.
take the consultants from the Caribbean.
Yes.
Right?
No, that's true. Yeah. And I've done that a couple of times because normally you want somebody who understands the region. It's very, very important. Okay.
Let me just a moment of the all participants verify this evening and the organization informed or before we proceed to answer questions.
Thank you. So yes, the key compliance officer is critical in the organization. And as I was saying, the compliance officer should combine ethics and also risk management in their operation so that they can understand the issues clearly, because risk and compliance are quite related, and of course, ethics are quite related. Then the next on the list, the key areas were testing and monitoring. Testing and monitoring is one of the most critical elements of an effective compliance program, and it is required program component in certain industry. Why? Why is that it's required, this testing and monitoring? Because without testing, it is difficult or impossible to understand what is working and what needs enhancement. It's like you are preparing for emergency. In London, where I'm based, every now and then, particularly during the bombings of London underground and all that, you see the military, the police, and the emergency services doing a test run, preparing their readiness in case we have such an emergency. What will happen? So, sometimes when they train, then you hear alarm going off, and everybody have to be evacuated, and the way the time and see how some people have to be presented to be. Some people have to be role play as if they have been injured. A bomb has blasted and then they got injured, and how they carry them on the stretcher. And they test this run, they call it a test run. It's the same thing in the organization. You also have to do a test run. Just like how you do this fire drill in your organizations. You do it to make sure that these things are ready. So yes, the test and monitoring is important, because without it, it's difficult or impossible to understand what is working and what needs enhancement. Similarly, robust monitoring programs serve as an early warning system that allow compliance professionals to identify sooner rather than later potential compliance issues. By all said and done, that means that you should have a compliance officer in place before you can do all this. So if you don't have a compliance officer, then you have to start thinking about whether you're going to outsource it or get somebody to come in, to do some of these things for you for a fee, and then the person goes away. Having done all this, what is the outcomes of all these 5 key principles I've said, right from the tone is said at the top to testing and monitoring? There are a few universal programs, outcomes, objectives that a compliance and ethics capability should deliver. They should deliver an enhanced culture of trust, accountability, and integrity. They should deliver the prevention of non-compliance. The preparation for when, not if, non-compliance occurs, and protection to the extent possible from negative consequences. The detection of non-compliance is another. And also to respond to non-compliance. And then the improvement of the program to better prevent, protect, prepare, detect, and respond to non-compliance. That will take us to risk management. Organizational context in terms of risk management. First, the starting point is, what are your organization's objectives, structure, and operations? The starting point. Before you come to the risk identification, what are the possible risk events your organization faces? Then you come to the risk assessment. What is the likelihood of the risk event happening? And what is the potential impact of the risk event? The impact can be low, medium, or high. Then you move to risk evaluation. Having assessed the risk, high, medium, low, what is your organization's appetite for risk? And what are the most important risks to address? So we will explain some of them. Then you move to the 5. Then you move to risk treatment. What steps must be taken to mitigate risk identified? And the monitoring, review, and corrective action. Are internal controls working effectively to mitigate risk? Is there any corrective action needed? And finally, you communicate the risk management throughout the whole organization so that everybody is aware and bring everybody on board. So risk identification. We have what you call the process flow analysis, which you're going to now look at your regulation analysis, and then you are looking at responsible officers, whether you have them in place. Risk officers, compliance officers, which combine ethics officers. That's what you look at as a key ingredient in the risk identification. Then you look at the inventory of the risk. Event inventory. You are going to look at the organizational history, mapping out all the risks that have occurred. Then you look at the external content. What are the stakeholders' expectations? Events common to the industry. So if you have an industry knowledge, you can know the risk events that are common in the industry to take note of. How do you do this? You can do that by interviewing, administering questionnaire, or doing survey. You can also do facilitated workshops to gather this information, or leading event and escalation triggers. You see, some event provide opportunity, become a trigger for you to sit up and look at your risk. I think yesterday I mentioned about the case study of Terranol as a painkiller who got contaminated. It was a leading painkiller in US, and globally it was a leader, painkiller, very effective. It got contamination in the early 60s or 70s, and they didn't know what to do. At the time, what they wanted to do is to cover up. They shouldn't want to own up, otherwise their company will just crash. And that was the rule of thumb. That was what normally the organization would do before I realized a lot of people are getting poisoned and dying, and they don't take ownership about this because people may not know. But they have a CEO who said, no, we can't do that. Let's own up. Let's tell the public that our drugs is contaminated. Nobody should take it. We should withdraw it from the counters. Then the board said, but we're going to lose business because nobody is going to now patronize our product anymore. He said, no, but we have to own up, but rather assure them that we're going to put a new one, which is going to be more beneficial and also not contaminated. But we cannot allow this thing to happen. The board disagreed, but the chairman insisted, and because it was proposed by the CEO, and the chairman supported him. So that's what they did. They got a PR to announce that the drugs in circulation is contaminated. Nobody should take it. They have the citizens' health at heart. So they want to advise that nobody should take the drug until further notice. You're going to withdraw. Oh, it was the first time in the history for any profitable organization to do that. Then they went back again and said, now we're going to put even more potent one, which is free, which is contamination free for everybody to take. Surprisingly, the public was very happy. They endeared themselves to it. And then they put it back, and then their profits soared. Since that time, all organizations have learned how to, we call it crisis management. So you hear now it has become a standard. You hear vehicles Toyota, Benz, whatever, they recall their cars because the airbag is not working or something is leaking. Then they recall and even pay compensation. Because at the time before, they wouldn't have done that. You hear people getting accidents and die on the road, they couldn't be bothered. But because of terminal case, now it has become a standard practice that when something goes wrong, risk management, own up, but assure them. And the public will be very happy about that. So you escalate, those triggers can be helpful in risk identification. Risk assessment. The inherent risk in the organization can be classified along these lines. Some of the risks are very strategic, at a very strategic level, particularly when the board chair and the CEO are fighting. It's a strategic risk. When they don't know, they don't understand their role clarifications. So it's a serious risk, strategic. Operational risk is had to do with the operations of the organization, the functional areas. Financial risk, obviously, you know, financial. When money is cash flow issues and all that. When people can embezzle easily. Financial risk. Compliance, rules and regulations are not adhered to. Safety and health regulations are not adhered to. It's compliance issues. Reputational risk. And your reputation, your image, because of some of these either strategic or operation or financial or compliance, it will affect your reputation as an organization. So you look at all this risk. Then you look at residual risk. Residual risk after accounting for the current internal controls. See, the residual risk is a risk which have unintended consequences. You want to solve one problem, then another problem comes up. Unintended. You're solving one of these strategic, operational, financial, compliance, reputation, but then it throws out another issue. You have to take note of that. Then you do risk evaluation. Having assessed the risk, what is your organization appetite for risk? Some risk, you have appetite for it, you can contain it. You don't have to worry because you have a low impact. Some are very high impact. It will have existential risk for you. So that one you can't stomach it, you have to do something about it. What are the most important risks to address? So when you get all the risks, you rank them a scale of preference, the most risky ones at the top. So we started addressing it from the top. And that will take you to the risk response, how you respond to the risk. The low-level ones, avoidance. You can also reduce the risk or mitigate it. You can also share the risk around the organization because you have appetite for it. And then you can have acceptance. So in the acceptance, these are some of the things you do. I've spoken about the crisis management plan, which I've explained. You can have business continuity plan. You can also have operational plan, development of new policy and procedures. These are all come in a way that you deal with the risk because you have accepted that the risk is real and we have to do something about it. So is this relationship between risk management and corporate governance? You see, risk management is a fundamental component of good corporate governance because good corporate governance means that the board must identify and manage all the risk within the company or the organization. Because what the tone is set at the top. In terms of risk management system, covers financial, operational, compliance, and other areas. That is all activities of the company. However, risk management systems are only as good as the people who implementing and using them. Because as it was mentioned, if you have, let's say, a compliance officer who doesn't know his left from his right, nothing happens. You have a board who have no appreciation of what risk management is and its implication for the company or the organization, then that's what you're going to get. So it is as good as the people implementing and using them. Now, poor corporate governance and its implication for corruption. Because at the end of the day, we have to focus on corruption because that is what it's all about. Corruption. That's why we are here. Integrity Commission. When there is a poor corporate governance, lack of compliance program, with no risk management system in place, the opportunity is created for individuals to make personal gains. And that is corruption. For example, a procurement manager at a state enterprise could embezzle company's fund, or contract negotiations and obligations could be executed outside the framework of Procurement Act because there's no risk management, no compliance system in place. That means no corporate governance. So these are direct results of board of directors' poor oversight and a disregard for compliance of rules, regulations, and the laws. Public entities with poor corporate governance and poorly compliant system provide avenues for kickbacks payments from private sector institutions and other organizations that deals with them. In effect, poor corporate governance provides various opportunities for corruption. Corruption in any country is a nuisance for socioeconomic and political growth and has been the root cause and consequences of poverty and underdevelopment in every country where there is poor corporate governance. Because corruption is a major impediment to economic and political reforms and has undermined effort to improve the living standards of any citizen. Good corporate governance, on the other hand, has proven to be one of the most effective tools to reduce corruption or to reduce the incidence of corruption, both in the public and the private sector. This is true because with good corporate governance system comes with improvement in the processes and procedures. Good corporate governance system is an effective countermeasure to corruption, not only because of the processes it ensures, but also because it holds management accountable for performance. And that is the role of the board, to hold CEO and management into account for performance. So the alternative is the risk of lack of or poor corporate governance system, which provide the right environment for corruption to thrive. Corruption is a serious business. Let's focus a little bit on that. See, looking at corruption as an economic issue means that corruption is more than simply a wrong behavior. Corruption is more than a simple wrong behavior. It's go beyond wrong behavior. It means that corruption, whilst benefiting few individuals, is costly to the society, the private sector, and the government in the long run. So it's not just a wrong behavior, but it's a cost to society, to private sector, to public sector, government. Look at the reasons why corruption must be rooted. Because one, it increases public spending. 2, it lowers productivity and discourages innovations. 3, it increases cost of doing business and serves as a tax on business. Corruption lowers growth level of any country. Corruption lowers private sector employment levels. And corruption reduces the number of quality public sector jobs. Corruption exacerbates poverty and inequality. Corruption undermines the rule of law. And corruption hinders democratic and market-oriented reforms. Corruption increases political instability. And it contributes to high crime rate. So if you see that one phenomenon called corruption can create all this, why should we entertain it? Why should we uphold corruption? Why should we say corruption is normal and is accepted? Because we don't understand the implications of corruption. So therefore, anti-corruption strategies. See, anti-corruption strategies can be broadly divided into preventive and deterrent. The latter include legislation, investigation, and prosecution. That's the deterrent one. An important point is that strict laws and vehement prosecution or rigorous prosecution come into play when the abuse of public funds or violation of the rules have already been committed, when the corruption has been occurred already before these prosecutions and strict laws come into play. Therefore, focusing merely on disciplinary strategies or the deterrent strategies could be an expensive option because the money has already been stolen, embezzled, gone. And hence, emphasis should be given to prevention approaches, such as corporate governance. Corporate governance is a prevention strategy. It's not a deterrent. So what is this preventive strategy? See, preventive strategies such as good quality corporate governance, organizational compliance, and risk management not only safeguard integrity of an organization and companies and ensures the application of rules and procedures, but also has a wider benefit in promoting public trust and managing the conduct of stakeholders and shareholders. Anti-corruption reforms need to instill behavioral change that transform values and ethical frameworks through awareness and sensitization. Mainstreaming corporate governance and ethics should be an integral part of an organizational restructuring aimed at building a culture of integrity and preventing corruption. I mentioned about this anti-corruption unit. I just want to bring it here for emphasis. You see, most countries in the Commonwealth have established anti-corruption units in the MDAs called the Ministry, Department, and Agencies and parastatals to work as watchdogs to ensure the promotion of good governance in every public office. A key element of the national anti-corruption strategy is the institutionalization of prevention of corruption through the vehicle of anti-corruption units in both the public statutory bodies and private sector organizations. These anti-corruption units serve as an early warning signal for corrupt practices at workplaces. See, the Commonwealth Secretariat support the principle behind the anti-corruption unit initiative, which provides that for anti-corruption to be effective, corruption prevention measures need to be mainstreamed in both public and commercial institutions. Anti-corruption unit initiative therefore seeks to enhance good corporate governance at workplaces and to nip in the bud nascent corrupt practices. Call it corruption prevention. I made the point that countries that have dealt with corruption properly will focus on prevention. They made every bylaw, every permanent secretary and chairman of statutory bodies, chief anti-corruption officers in your area of jurisdiction. If corruption happens, you are the first person they will invite. Why did you sit down under your watch for corruption to happen in your ministry, in your department, in your agency, in your parastatal? What were you doing? Yes, go to Singapore. They have a very interesting issues. Look, if you go to Singapore, the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Singapore, let me tell you something that is very, very, I find it fascinating, intriguing, but interesting. Because I try to remember what is God in all this. Bold inscription there. You are better off. Listen to the slogan they have there. You are better off if you sin against God than to sin against the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Singapore. Yes, implications are clear. Sin against God, you are better off. Why? God forgives. Pray, fast, and you repent, God will forgive you, according to their understanding. But for Anti-Corruption Bureau of Singapore, you can pray for 40 days and nights. You can repent for whatever you want. They would never be lenient on you. So the options are you to take. Mainstreaming corruption prevention. Most countries in Commonwealth has established anti-corruption units in the MDAs and parastatals to work as a watchdog to ensure promotion of good governance in every public office. A key element of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. Oh, I think I've mentioned this one already. So mainstreaming and corruption prevention using the public sector wide approach, such as corporate governance, organizational compliance, and risk management is more effective than anti-corruption agency and oversight institution operating as silos in corruption fight. Because we cannot be every ministry everywhere as an anti-corruption agency or integrity commission. You can't. That's why most countries where they are doing well in corruption, they make sure that those who are there, heads of them, the head themselves be the anti-corruption officers there. So since anti-corruption intervention takes a longer period to show impact, it is important. There's a need for anti-corruption agencies like integrity commissions to build a wider alliances and collaborations with national institutions as well as international organizations for complementary efforts for strengthening and sustaining integrity in statutory bodies and in the public sector. So this forum is part of the alliances with the Integrity Commission because we are all in it. You have one Grenada to promote good governance, wherever, whether you're in the parastatal, private sector, public sector, whatever. Fighting corruption means you are promoting good governance. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, corporate governance plays a critical role in prevention of corruption. Because the public sector, including SOEs, state-owned enterprises, is inextricably interwoven with the private sector. Corporate governance arrangements include prohibition of inside dealings, prohibitions of pyramid schemes, appointment of non-executive board directors, publication of financial statement that has been audited by a recognized and authentic and independent professional firms, not those who sign something for you and get money when you are not doing the right thing. The audit firms has been audited by recognized and independent professional firms. Disclosures of share ownership and a strong legal framework for the rights of creditors. Corporate governance needs, therefore, to be institutionalized in both public and private sectors to prevent corrupt practices. Thank you.
So, President,
Thank you.
for
Thank you.
this wealth of information that you have shared with us. And it's a lot. I know some of you already can post new ideas, topics, suggestions, and everything like that. We still have a little time, any more questions? I know we'll be having questions in between, but of course, if you facilitate any more questions from the participants, the questions, any clarity, anything you need to have from Dr. K. Yes. So, for sure, okay. So if there is no further questions, that's why I say you have left us with a lot. Yes, and I guess that some of you along the line, you will entertain a couple questions, which will not now, but during the course of the morning. So in the meanwhile, we take a short break. We take a short break, and during that break, of course, remember to watch the right, what that back. And at the same time, I'd just like to mention that there is a registration form for video holders. So can you please, would appreciate it if you'd be able to fill out that form during the day. Just about 5 minutes before we go back into the second session. Okay. So there's a light, that has been going around. We can
corruption reported. Since Jesus Christ came in and cleansed my heart from sin, I'm in right out, right up, right down, right happy all the time.
Great. I am happy that you are happy to be here this morning. Just a few announcements for today. Please remember to wear your masks at all times because you must protect yourselves. There will be football practice on Tuesday afternoon and choir practice will be held this afternoon. Also, an investigation will begin today. This has become necessary because it has been drawn to my attention that 4 of you have decided to cheat on your exams. Yes. Calm yourselves. Here at the J.W. Fletcher, we do not promote plagiarism or cheating. We expect you to maintain your integrity. We expect you to take the long road to success. There are no shortcuts in life. So the teachers will be pulling you out of class to find out who decided to do such an act. We're not going to take long this morning. I would like you to have your seats and have a lovely day. Thank you. Thank you.
Corruption. Do not support it. That exam was too hard. I have to copy. Oh, so it's calling a cheat on the exam. So what? So how the teachers don't know like after that school? Look, all you can even do the exam. Oh, they act like cheating so young now. Exactly. Watch all them embarrassing all yourself there. And all your family. Well, how will they know? But eventually they will find out. And after cheating is lying and stealing. Just now you start to give bribe and take bribe. Exactly. When all they start working the people bank, all they start to thief their money. Not all the time. Corruption is robbing our economy. People are gaining from dishonesty. Afternoon. Good afternoon, Jenny.
Did you sanitize your hands?
Yes, I did.
How was school today?
They catch children cheating in the exam. It wasn't in that, no.
Plagiarism is no joke. It not only destroys your integrity, but makes it extremely difficult for people to believe.
$6.66. Okay.
I pledge to stand up and maintain my integrity in all aspects of my life. Will you? Corruption is robbing our economy. People are gaining from dishonesty. Abuse of power for private gain is going to cause our country pain. It's robbing education, healthcare, and dreams. Fraud and theft. We need to report it. Bribery. We need to report it. Favoritism. We need to report it. Intimidation. Condone it. Report it. Corruption. Report it. Corruption. Report it. Corruption. Do not support it. Report it. Corruption. Report it.
It's Monday morning and the grade 5 students are in class awaiting the arrival of Mr. Williams. To watch it fully. And you have a new football game coming up. Your football game is technically good to listen. Mr. Williams enters the class. Good morning, class. Good morning, sir. How are you today? Good. How was your weekend? Good. Are you sure? Yes, sir. Great. Please get out your materials and get ready for maths. Okay, sir. Pencil.
Oh, I haven't seen it anywhere, but if you keep looking, you'll find it one day. I swear.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Rageman?
Some dishonest person took my new pencil that my mother gave me this morning.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. It was just here and I could not find it, sir.
Class? Yes, sir. Who is the dishonest person that took Rageman's pencil? That's stealing. That's corruption. Class? Yes, sir. Has anyone seen Rageman's pencil? No, sir. No way. Winston. Yes, sir. Where is Rageman's pencil? I don't know. He can search my desk and everything. Sir. Yes, Thomas? I know who took the pencil. Who? I said Jack. Hey, watch out. Who, me? Me? Yes, you why? To corrupt why? To dishonest why? I corrupt? I dishonest? Yes, you why? Yes, you will see. Jonathan! Yes, sir. Where is Rageman's pencil? I don't know. I don't have no idea. You can search my desk and everything.
Okay. Well, I swear when I go beat you, I don't think so. That is me? Yes, you are. You should. Johnson, come to the front of the class. James, man, my. Johnson, what is this? Wait. Johnson, give Richmond back his pencil. Why are you pushing the pencil now? And you have been here. You will see on the playground. On the playground where you will see. Johnson, settle. The bell rings and children go out to the playground. Jetson, what you doing is wrong. My friends told me to speak out against what is wrong. If I didn't so, I think I stole the pets myself, boy. See, Thomas. Stop it, Jonathan. What you did was wrong. First you stole Richmond's pencil, now you threatening him. Two wrongs never make it right. I think you should apologize to Thomas. Apologize to only, Move, Cora, move. The bell rings and the children return to their classroom. Okay, class. Please settle down. I have something to say. Class? Yes, sir. I observed what took place during break in the playground. Okay, sir. I am very proud of what Cora did, what Cora did to stop Jonathan from bullying Thomas. Thomas, please stand. And same for you, Jonathan. Stealing is a form of corruption, and it is wrong. I think she displayed a high level of integrity. Wrong is always wrong, and you must not support it. You must stand up and speak out against it. Okay, class? Okay, sir. Yes, Cora? I have something to say. Come to the front of the class, please. Class, please listen to what Cora has to say. Thomas and Jonathan, please sit. Corruption in any way affects everyone, so we must all stand to fight against it. I have taken my stand. Will you? I will stand.
Intimidation, don't report it. Corruption, report it. Corruption, report it. Corruption, do not support it.
Have stretched and relaxed a little bit. Has been sitting for a couple of hours. Second presentation, but before we do so, I just want to share. Dr. K has asked me to share with you that his presentation will be emailed to all the participants. Yes, so rest assured you will receive a copy of Dr. Koranteng's presentation, and also I want to say ensure that our people are still online. At some point in time this morning, we had over 90 persons online, am I right? Yes. So we thank all our virtual participants online. We know that you're there, and we're happy to have you participating with us. So for those of you who have a copy of the program, there's a slight change here. With regard to the presenter on the second presentation, we now have a different presenter. We have Mr. Akeyno Bartholomew, who is our legal compliance officer. And just to share with you, Mr. Bartholomew is an attorney at law licensed to practice in Grenada, Trinidad, and Tobago. He's a proud graduate of the University of the West Indies and New Woodin Law School. Mr. Bartholomew has a passion for human rights law and has been with the Commission since 2017 as a legal compliance officer. So without further ado, I'll invite Mr. Bartholomew to present to you on effective board management through the application of legal and regulatory obligations. Mr. Bartholomew.
Pleasant good morning to everyone. With protocol being established, I would like to give recognition to the persons on the head table, Dr. Koranteng, Deputy Chair, Mr. James, Head of Compliance, Mrs. Dawn Walker, and the persons online and also persons here with us right now. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Okay. So the legal and regulatory obligations exist for the effective management of boards in organizations. Effective board management is more than being aware of your legal or regulatory obligations, but implementing such obligations. It's one thing to say that you know of your obligations, but it's something entirely different to implement it and to encourage staff, other persons on the board, boards as well, to implement such obligations. To know what are your obligations under law, you first need to know the legislation governing your organization. So you need to peruse and become acquainted with the governing legislation. Ask for clarification or guidance if something does not make sense. Most boards have a legal officer or someone with a legal background for assistance in such state of affairs. So we encourage you to utilize such an individual. Sorry. The legislation governing your organization would give the parameters where you can effectively operate. Nevertheless, even if the aforementioned legislation is silent on certain things, there are other acts that can impact your organization that you ought to be aware of. For example, the Integrity Public Act. Sorry, bear with us, we're having some technical difficulties. For instance, the Integrity in Public Life Act, the Audit Act, the Public Procurement Act, the Companies Act, the Finance Management Act, and there are a host of other acts which we would not get into, but you need to be aware of them. The board of directors of an organization must manage their assets with a duty of care and due diligence as part of its fiduciary and legal responsibilities. Section 97 of the Companies Act, Cap 58A, number 35 of 1994, as amended, provides every director and officer of a company in exercising his or her powers and discharging his or her duties shall, it didn't say may, it says shall, so you need to do this, act honestly and in good faith with a view to the best interests of the company, and B, exercise the care, diligence, and skill that a reasonably prudent person would exercise in comparable circumstances. So this is an objective test. It's not subjective in terms of what might be honest to one person might be dishonest to the next person. We all hold, well, there is a universal standard in terms of if someone takes from the company for their own gain, that is dishonest. No matter if you argue that, well, I took from the company to assist my mom, etc., it's still wrong. So you are to act in good faith with a view for the best interest of the company and exercise the care, diligence, and skill that a reasonably prudent person would exercise in such circumstances. What good is an act without penalties attached to it, right? Every person who is guilty of an offense under the Act, the Companies Act, Section 53, Section 533 of the Act states that If no punishment is elsewhere in this act provided for, the person will be liable on summary conviction to a fine of $3,000 or to imprisonment for a term of 12 months or both. It will really be to the discretion of the court in regards to if they would give you imprisonment and the fine or just the fine alone. There is also the criminal code that have more stringent penalties for stealing from the company, etc. When you have instances of fraud, but we would not get into that. The role of the board of directors. The Public Finance Management Act, Section 70, states that the board of directors of a statutory body or a state-owned enterprise shall establish and maintain policies, procedures, risk management, and internal control systems, and the governance and management practices to ensure that the entity operates efficiently in line with the objectives which it was established with and the duties of the directors provided for under the Constituent Act of Parliament. Okay. Section 71, subsection 3 of the Public Finance Management Act states that the board has no later than 4 months before the beginning of a fiscal year to submit a 3-year strategic plan to the relevant line minister and updating them on an annual basis, and submit no later than 4 months before the beginning of a fiscal year a financial plan in reflecting how the entity proposes to operate its strategic objectives over the fiscal year. Also, in contravention of the aforestated subsection, the minister may, in consultation with the line minister, the minister in this instance being whatever minister that your entity falls under, shall be in consultation with the line minister, withhold the release of any subvention due to the entity and or surcharge the entity and or members of the board of directors for each day that non-compliance remains. In accordance with Section 74 of the Public Finance Management Act, the board of directors of every statutory body shall cause to be prepared the annual financial statements of such entity and shall no later than 3 months from the end of the fiscal year submit accounts to the director of audit for auditing with a copy to the line minister and the minister. So on the previous slide, we see that you have obligations. We saw that you have obligations to the line minister. And here you're seeing that you have to submit annual financial statements, and there is a particular time period to the director of audit. And just to state that persons can ask questions during the presentation. There is the Audit Act, Section 13, which details that the director of audit shall not later than 6 months after the end of each financial year make such examinations and inquiries as he considers necessary to enable him or her to audit the accounts of statutory bodies and government control corporations for the previous year and to report as required by this act. Yes. Yes. Yes, sir.
Does your office any surveillance of statutory bodies to see that they comply with any of these either the decision or the board on the
We do surveillance based on all the applicable legislation that's to your entity. So if the Audit Act or if the Public Finance Management Act is applicable to your entity, we would make sure that you comply with the sections of those acts. So is the Integrity in Public Life Act? Yes, that's the governing legislation. That's the legislation that established the Integrity Commission. But we also look at the other acts that are related to your organization.
So for example, you, the 4 months before the start of the calendar year, you have a strat plan, etc., right? So we are in October for intents and purposes. So the question is whether or not your office would have set down
No.
who does that study?
No, well, in this instance, the director of audit will have to do his requisite checks, and he would have to make sure that the entity complies. The Integrity Commission, when we do our risk assessment, when we have surveys, when we go into organizations, if we're doing an investigation, then we would look at everything as a whole to see if that you're complying with that legislation. So it's only through investigations, or if we do a risk assessment of your entity, then we would go into all the other legislation. We also have questionnaires.
So just to make the point, according to the law, that's supposed to be sent to the Prime Minister and Ministry of Secretariat.
Yes, sir.
They're the ones supposed to follow up and make sure that it's done.
Right.
Yeah. Ministry is supposed to be.
They have the obligation is theirs, as the commissioner rightly said, but nothing is precluding the Integrity Commission through investigations to also see that, okay, this entity is in contravention of this act. So when we compile our report, then we would state it in the report that the entity is in contravention of section so of the audit, and they're supposed to, or actually we would actually speak with the director of audit to see what has been done in that regard when we're doing investigations. But the act states the director of audit, it would be his mandate to ensure that these entities do it. That's just this act, but there are other acts where it would be the board's mandate to.
Just one question. On slide before, see your line minister and minister. What's the difference?
Right. There would be the line minister is who you are directly under. So for instance, the MNIB, well, you have the MNIB before it was under the Ministry of Finance, and then it came under the Ministry of Agriculture. And then you might have the Economic Development, right? And then you have the minister who maybe a totally different minister will be in charge of the entity as a whole or a particular section of the public service. Yeah. Pardon?
Who is defined as a minister in the act? Is that what Minister of Finance?
Yes, I believe so. I don't have the full act with me, but the act usually would state who is the line minister and who is the minister. So based on the interpretation section of each act, they would have exactly who is the line minister and who's the minister.
So this is the public finance manager act.
Yes. 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 Next section. Next one. So we have the Audit Act. We have the, if there's an obstruction, a person shall not obstruct, provide false or misleading information, or conceal or destroy any record or thing relevant to the examination of an audit. Next line. A person who contravenes subsection 1, the previous slide, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of not exceeding $10,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 2 years. Summary conviction simply means in the magistrate court. If it's an indictable offense, you'll be in a high court where there are more stringent penalties involved.
Yes, have we ever had any conviction? Leader?
Not that I am aware of right now. I just stand. Yeah, but through my research into certain things, no, I do not believe so. But we're looking towards in the future such things happening for compliance purposes. What else can you do to facilitate legal or regulatory obligations? If a regulator, for example, an auditor visits a statutory body, preparation of office space is needed for the regulator to do their work, and importantly, all documents and information should be made easily accessible to the regulator when requested. There should also be periodic review of the regulator's reports. It is necessary to assess past reports periodically in cases where the regulator would have visited before. Having access to the reports will provide a better understanding on the firm's position when the regulator is concerned. The report would further provide recommendations which should continuously be adhered to. Consequences are, if the regulator visits or requests are not managed properly, it may result in your organization being exposed to regulatory breaches and reputational damage, which may further result in financial risk and decrease in public trust. There should also be mandatory training at the reconstitution of the board of directors for new and continuing members on their fiduciary duties, role and responsibilities in accordance with the applicable act, So there's also the board of directors, along with the management of statutory bodies, should create and implement a risk treatment plan that would mitigate against risk, conflict of interest, and corrupt practices. This plan will be periodically revised as part of the Integrity Commission risk management implementation. The Integrity Commission, pursuant to the IPLA, is mandated to examine the practices and the procedures of public bodies. And pursuant to subsection G of section 12 of the Integrity in Public Life Act, the Commission is to instruct, advise, and assist the heads of public bodies with respect to changes in the practices or procedures which would be necessary to reduce the occurrence of corrupt practices. And I will use a practical example. The GIDC requested from us, the Integrity Commission, and we assisted in helping them to revise their conflict of interest policy and other documents relating to the operations and legal requirements. So you can make the request, you send an email, or you call the operations manager or administrative manager, and we will take it from there in terms of assisting your organization. A person in public life should carry out his or her duties in accordance with law and these lawful instructions and ethical standards that relate to his or her functions. This is just one of the many sections from the Code of Conduct in the Integrity in Public Life Act. That is found in section 42, the sixth schedule of the Act. So we also have a person in public life should be honest, impartial, and efficient, and shall perform his or her duties to the best of his or her ability with skill, fairness, and understanding, having regard only for the public interest and relevant circumstances of the case. In the performance of his or her duties, a person in public life shall not act arbitrarily to the detriment of any person, group, or body, and shall have regard for the rights, duties, and proper interests of all others. Next one is a person in public life shall not allow his or her private interest to conflict with his or her public position. It shall be the responsibility of that person in public life to avoid such conflicts. So if there is a conflict of interest, you have to declare such a conflict of interest. Yes.
One of my with the legislation, but thinking seems to be that conflict of interest is to be avoided as opposed to managed. And I'm submitting that avoidance is one.
it's hard to,
Position which says avoidance, only management strategy.
but that is, all right, yeah.
I think organization should be held as for the mechanism for management of the community, of which avoidance. For example, someone declares a conflict. Does not, in my view, cannot necessarily prevent them from discussing, meeting, and investigating the matter. However, they might not be allowed, should not be allowed, to advocate their will. The organization can very well benefit from the knowledge and insight of the particular. I think it's something that we need to understand. Because we are a path that says avoidance, improvement, and strategy. People decide not to declare the conflict.
If I could interject for a bit. Avoidance is not the only management strategy. I mean, here I just stated that in terms of that's in the legislation, but that's not exhaustive. There are other provisions in the Code of Conduct, and also the Integrity Commission, many times where you would have investigations, you would find where a commissioner, for instance, may have to recuse themselves. So the conflict of interest is not avoidable, but we're managing it in terms of having that commissioner not getting updates or taking themselves completely from the meeting where we're investigating. So we have mechanisms in place, and we have policies whereby there is the management of the conflict of interest. So this was just, from the Code of Conduct, but we have policies, we have procedures where there is the management of conflict of interest, not the avoidance.
If I could just add, so I think it's a very important question, and your observations, Mr. Doctor. We have done a lot of work, and I think you gave the example of GIC, and certainly in terms of management of conflict of interest, we would be happy to share with you as chairpersons of statutory bodies some of the organizations that we have, like the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, etc., and of course the OAS, when we have put together the guidelines that they have taken to relate. So we will be happy to share this with you and use these entities, and as you quite say, we have to look at a broad range of things that will help with the management in that regard. We have to share those.
I have seen the GIC. I think it's one of the not many statutory bodies as well where have.
Right.
But what's structuring the GIC? Seems to suggest conflict of interest management rests with staff of the heavy staff. Very light. You see, doctor's point is full and top.
Right. Thank you, sir. And take the point. And as you stated before, with small countries like Grenada, it's unavoidable. You would have somebody that you know from, in the past, a family member or something like that, some relation. So it's unavoidable. So the best thing that we can do in compliance with international standards is the management of the conflict of interest. But if it can be avoided, it should be avoided. But if it can't be avoided, then the management would come into play. Yeah. Okay. Next slide. Right. Once there are breaches of the Code of Conduct, in the case of a person appointed to hold office in a statutory body, and investigations are carried out, once the person is found guilty, A report can be sent to the person or authority having power to appoint such a person. And in accordance with subsection 2, notwithstanding the provisions of subsection 1, that's section 42 of the Integrity in Public Life Act that I'm speaking to, where the commission has reason to believe that the evidence before it may constitute a criminal offense, it shall forward a copy of its findings to the Director of Public Prosecutions. We also have the Prevention of Corruption Act, section 4, subsection 2. A public officer shall not, without any lawful authority, accept or solicit any gratification from any person for himself or herself, or for any persons as an inducement or reward in order to A, abstain from performing or perform any act in his or her capacity as a public officer, B, assist, hinder, or delay any other person in transaction of any business with a public body, or C, expedite or prevent the performance of an act, whether by himself or herself, through any other public officer. Subsection 4, subsection 3 states a public officer who contravenes the provisions of the previous section commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $50,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years. So the previous section spoke to gratification, not doing anything that would benefit you as a public officer. And you see the penalty here, $50,000, not exceeding $50,000, or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years. I will also note that the Criminal Code and the Proceeds of Crime Act also have other sections that would apply to persons if they try to defraud their employer, and those will carry more stringent penalties. But the person would be charged under all of these legislation. A public officer, in addition to the penalty imposed on him or her pursuant to subsection 3, shall be disqualified from holding any public office for a period of 7 years from the date of conviction of the offense. Members of the audience, do you think that's adequate? 7 years? Yes? No? Yes. But it shall be dismissed. Is 7 years too low, or is it good? That's not enough? Is it good enough? Anyone has a different view?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I feel it should be on a scaling balance based on certain criteria. For example, it would depend on the situation, because you can have somebody who would contravene the act for a small amount. I feel that the charge should fit the crime. That's my opinion.
So it shouldn't be a blanket.
I think there should be latitude to increase it based on the discretion.
Yes, we're listening.
Yeah, so that's right. I feel it should be on a scale, and I feel that it should there should be flexibility to increase it based on, say, for example, if it's $100 million or, you know, something to that extent.
Yes, so the judge, the court would have the discretion in terms of, you know, the penalty, how much they would have to pay.
But it's a bit of imprisonment as well as a fine, right?
Yes.
I'll answer this. Best way to me is to look at the post actual case and then answer. But not the post.
When was the,
That will apply to know the extent to which it actually occurred. And that's the individual piece. In other words, has anybody ever been charged and forgiven ever in which something works?
right? Under the Prevention of Corruption Act, no.
Then we know it's too much of wisdom.
Right, so based on precedent, we would know that, okay, this is too much, too little.
If I may ask, why 7 years and not 8 or 5? Why did they not come up with that?
You would have to get the Hansard or actually when they debate in Parliament, they would know why they put it as 7 years.
Could it be so that the penalties funds and these full administration, should there be a change in government?
That is an interesting intake and rationale. That could be the rationale, but I do not want to commit and say, well, that is the reason why they put it as 7 years.
So Mr. Duncan's point, I think the precedent is important, because I don't think 7 years is a magical figure. There has to be some
Reason why.
For the establishment of that time period.
Any other takes or questions?
Hi, good morning. I have a different perspective on this. I think the question, if I understand it, that you were asking was specific to the 7 years of barring from holding public office if one is found guilty, right? Specific to that and not the imprisonment and the 3 years. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Right. So my perspective on that, this mechanism is a preventative mechanism. It is supposed to prevent you from committing something. That being the case, my view is that if someone is found guilty, then there should not be 7 years. You should be forever. You should never be allowed to hold public office.
So you don't believe in Sorry, continue.
Well, no, it would sound a bit radical, but the whole issue is that this is a preventative measure, right? And in a small country as ours, you know, it may sound radical, but I think given the intent of this, I mean, there's already imprisonment and fine and so on to deal with that aspect of the commitment of the act.
Right.
But having the opportunity to once again serve in public office, having done what was done, I think that opportunity should not ever be afforded because of the damage. I say just my personal perspective. Why? Because of the damage it do to a small economy, because of all the things we've heard of the corruption and what the effect it could have on the country as a whole. But I think this being a preventative measure, it is supposed to prevent somebody. Prevent mean that you should not do it. I think it should, my personal view is that this consequence should be so grave that you don't even want to think about committing the act. That's just my perspective on it.
And I understand your perspective, and I would say this, there are many persons who harbor that. I would say that for sentencing or when someone's found guilty, it depends on whether you fall to the side of punishment or rehabilitation. So some persons believe that, you know, persons deserve another chance, whether it's your moral compass or religious beliefs. Yes, this person made a mistake, they did this, but give them another chance. They have the expertise. They already paid the public embarrassment, 7 years they couldn't hold office. They want to provide for their family. Give them another chance. So that's the rehabilitation aspect of it. Other persons are of the opinion, you do the time, you do the crime, you know, do the time. You don't have another chance. There are other persons who would want that opportunity. Why not give other persons that opportunity? Why have this person go back into the position and probably do it again? So it depends on maybe, you know, if you're socializing to believe in, or if you believe in rehabilitation, or even if you don't trust persons in the sense of going back into the same position, you're thinking that persons can't change, they may fall into that pit again. So it's not radical. There are some persons who believe you did this, you should be disqualified, period. Don't get back into it. And there are others who believe probably 7 is too much, 5 or so it's a debate, obviously, but the Parliament, they came to the decision that it should be 7 years. And I believe that they're erring on the side of rehabilitation. Person made a mistake, they have 7 years to look at what they have done.
Yeah, and certainly, I just want to, for the avoidance of doubt, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not suggesting that, as human beings, we don't make genuine mistakes and there are consequences to it. But what I'm saying is just given the intent of this piece of clause, perhaps it could be worded differently to say you can't hold public office indefinitely, except that there's some form of exception granted by an authority subsequent to an hearing. So you have to go through a process. It's not an automatic, it's just an automatic, time should not be the healer of this crime, quote unquote, right? Just to say, okay, I do 7 years. There's already tolerance within the legislation of either up to 50 years, or 50,000, sorry, or 3 years. So there's already discretion within that, which is reasonable. I'm not suggesting that this be a life sentence. It does not. Right? So the legislation takes that part of the punitive aspect of it from a legal standpoint, right? Or from the moral standpoint, because this is a moral call. This is a call of ethics. And if I'm just looking at it from the standpoint that this is a preventative measure, and a preventative measure should be so severe that it should not give you even that opportunity to think about doing something. Within there, as I said, probably perhaps it could be reworded to the extent that there's some discretion at some authority level after you go through a process. Bearing in mind, of course, we are human and no one is perfect, right? Just my perspective. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank you for the presentation. Overall, I think it was extremely educative, and I want to recognize the Commission for doing this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
From what you say, if you prevent it, supposed to prevent it forever, then you might as well suggest that you should kill that person so that it doesn't come back by extension.
Next one. Next slide. So we have the Procurement and Disposal Act. Public officers are to conform with the provisions of the Procurement Act. There are many sections in it that deals with public officers, so we can't get into that now because of time. But if such an officer acts contrary to that act, they can be subject to disciplinary procedures of the Public Service Commission, including demotion, dismissal, and the payment of compensation. There also is the need to establish a disposal committee, and that's in the statutory rules orders number 30 of 2015, section 3. So it's not only the primary act you have to be aware of. Many times there are regulations and sub regulations and subsections in these acts that point to the regulations that you have to be aware of as well. And there are many amendments to these acts, so you have to be aware of the amendments. All right, so a recap. Identify and understand roles, duties, and obligations under the legislation that you fall under. Step 2, adhere to the requisite responsibilities under various acts and implement the recommendations by regulatory bodies to effectively carry out the functions. Step 3, identify your organization weaknesses before a regulatory body comes in to identify it for you. Report on those breaches. So that's the accountability aspect, accountability and transparency aspect, and learn and exchange ideas to mitigate the risk of corruption in statutory bodies, and also attending training sessions like these. Thank you very much. And that is the extent of my presentation. For any further information, you can contact the Integrity Commission or email me at abartholomew@integritycommission.org. Thank you.
Yes. So we thank Mr. Bartholomew. We normally say in the office, Mr. B. So we thank Mr. Bartholomew for that presentation. As he said, for you to be aware of the acts that govern your organization and of course know your legal obligations to stay on the safe side. We move into the third presentation. It's the final one for this morning. We are a little beyond time, but we'll get there. And we have a presentation on Understanding Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. And the presenter for this session is Nicole Humphrey-Best, the Communication Organization Compliance Officer, of course, supported by Dr. K on that PowerPoint. But before Mrs. Humphrey-Best, I invite her to the podium. I just like to give you a short sharing on Mrs. Humphrey-Best. Mrs. Humphrey-Best began her stint with the Integrity Commission in 2019 of November and has been serving as the Communications Officer as well as the Organizational Compliance Officer. As Communications Officer, she is responsible for sharing information with the media and general public, guided, of course, by the Commission. As Organizational Compliance Officer, Mrs. Humphrey-Best assesses the vulnerabilities of government ministries, departments, and statutory bodies to ascertain the level of risk to corruption. Mrs. Humphrey-Best holds a master's in business administration from the University of the West Indies. Prior to joining the commission, she served as the production and operations manager at GBN for 5 years, the BBC radio correspondent for 3 years, and the producer-presenter of the flagship program of the Caribbean Media Corporation, Caribbean Newsline, for 4.5 years. So without further ado, I welcome Mrs. Humphrey-Best to the podium.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I think, I'm sorry. Oh, it's still afternoon. So we are now encroaching on your time because we promised you that you would be out of here by 12. Therefore, I will be as brief as possible. Dr. Koranteng is standing by to assist with answering some of the questions, especially as it relates to putting in context the Corruption Perception Index and how Grenada can improve its standing and its ranking, and also in understanding what the rankings and the ratings and the scores really mean. So for this presentation, we're going to look at Transparency International. Who is Transparency International? We're going to look at the Corruption Perception Index, the CPI data sets, the Caribbean data sets, that's the Caribbean rankings, the scores over the last 6 years, and what can Grenada do to improve its scores globally. Transparency International presents itself as an independent, non-governmental, not-for-profit organization whose mission is to stop corruption and promote transparency, accountability, and integrity at all levels and across all sectors of society. The movement has 17 priority areas, and the featured priority areas, at least that's what they like to think, are the political, integrity, and dirty money. Transparency International also engage in advocacy, research, and projects. The outcomes of its research are published in documents, namely the Corruption Perception Index, the Global Corruption Barometer, and an online knowledge hub. And the movement has what it calls local chapters. They've got them in over 100 countries around the world, including a number of countries in our region. And as you can see, the countries in the region are the Bahamas, Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela, Guyana. You now look at the Corruption Perception Index and the CPI rankings. At least they rank 80 countries and territories around the world by their perceived levels of public sector corruption. The results or the scores are given on a scale of 0, where it's perceived that that country has a high level of corruption, to 100, you've got a low level of corruption, and the global rankings are based on your score. So the higher you score, the better you're ranked. This year, we had 3 countries ranking number 1, and these countries each scored 88, meaning that they were perceived to have low levels of corruption. These 3 countries are Denmark, Finland, and New Zealand. Quickly, the top 10 countries Corruption Perception Index. Transparency International listed these top 10 countries: Denmark, Finland, New Zealand, Norway, Singapore. We heard about Singapore, Sweden, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Germany. And the bottom 10 countries, thank you. Those are the countries perceived to be, to have high levels of corruption are Nicaragua, Sudan, Chad, Burundi, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Turkmenistan, Equatorial Guinea, Libya, Afghanistan, and North Korea. And sad but true, if I were numbering the top, at least the bottom 11 countries, Haiti would have been there. I guess I've got to project my voice some more. Now I'm going to share with you a 4-minute video from the Transparency International as to how they compile their Corruption Perception Index.
The Corruption Perceptions Index, also known as the CPI, scores and ranks countries around the world based on how corrupt their public sector is perceived to be. The scores reflect the views of experts or surveys of business people, not the general public. We calculate the CPI using data from 13 different external sources. Transparency International is not involved in the production of any of these 13 datasets. The CPI includes data produced by the World Bank and the World Economic Forum, as well as by private risk and consulting companies and think tanks. Each of the 13 sources rates countries using its own scale. One source rates countries on a scale of 1 to 7, for instance, while another uses a scale of 1 to 100. As a result, direct comparison of country scores between different sources is not possible. Therefore, we transform each score from the original scale into standardized values that show the position of each country relative to others. By doing this, we are able to compare country scores across the 13 different data sources. After standardizing all scores, we then convert them into a scale from 0 to 100, which we use for the CPI. Next, we simply calculate the average of the transformed scores for each country. The average score is the CPI value for each country. In order to ensure reliability of the results, only countries with data from at least 3 sources are included in the CPI. The CPI results are comparable across time back to 2012. This is because when we convert the original data to the CPI scale, we take into account the 2012 parameters, which turns 2012 into the baseline year. Annual CPI results from before 2012 cannot be compared to other years. The 13 different data sources used to calculate the CPI all measure various aspects of corruption in the public sector. This ranges from bribery, the diversion of public funds, and the effective prosecution of corruption cases, to adequate legal frameworks, access to information, and legal protections for whistleblowers, journalists, and investigators. The CPI does not measure activities such as tax fraud, money laundering, financial secrecy, or illicit flows of money. Corruption generally involves illegal activities which are deliberately hidden and only come to light through scandals, investigations, or prosecutions. Researchers, civil society, and governments have made advances in measuring corruption in specific sectors. However, to date, there is no index which directly measures real levels of corruption in all its manifestations. The data sources that make up the CPI ask business executives and country experts questions which are based on carefully designed questionnaires. The CPI scores generally correlate with certain objective measures, including citizens' reported experience with bribery. To ensure that the CPI methodology and results are reliable, the index is regularly reviewed by independent evaluators. Such reviews have consistently shown that the CPI is statistically and conceptually coherent. Ultimately, the CPI is the most widely used corruption measurement indicator due to the wide global coverage, the increased reliability which comes with combining different sources, and the fact that it reconciles different points of view on what constitutes public sector corruption. For more information, please visit www.transparency.org/CPI.
Thank you very much. During that presentation, Transparency International informed us that they use 13 data sets. So here now we have listed those 13 data sets for your information. Do you want me to put the microphone back on? We have the African Development Bank, Bertelsmann's Defunct Sustainable Governance, as well as the Transformation Index, the Economist Intelligence Unit, Freedom House, Global Insights, Business Conditions, IMD World Competitiveness Yearbook, and IMD stands for International Institute for Management Development, Political and Economic Risk Consultancy, the PRS Group, World Bank, World Economic Forum, World Justice Project, and varieties of democracy. In the Caribbean, the data sets that are used for the countries in the region, they are the World Bank country policy, the World Economic Forum, World Justice Project, Varieties of Democracy, Global Insights, PRS Group International, Bertelsmann Transformation Index, the Economist Intelligence Unit. And bringing it closer home, we're looking at the 3 data sets that are used for Grenada: Global Insights, World Justice Project, Rule of Law, World Bank Country Policy. As explained in the video, these institutions issue prepared questionnaires to industry professionals designed to measure the level of public sector corruption. So for example, the World Bank's questionnaire seeks to assess transparency, accountability, and corruption in the public sector. And they're each rated separately: accountability of the executive to oversight institutions and public employees for their performance, access of civil society to information on public affairs, and state capture by narrow vested interests. The World Justice Project, Rule of Law, they ask questions on the extent to which government officials use public office for private gain. And these questions touch on a variety of sectors within the government, including the public health system, regulatory agencies, the police, and the courts. Global Insights, their questions seek to assess the vulnerability of individuals and companies to bribery or other corrupt practices in the execution of business. And that goes from securing major contracts to being allowed to import or export a small product or obtain everyday paperwork. Here we have the countries in the region who are scored and ranked on the Corruption Perception Index. Please note, all countries of the Caribbean are not assessed under the Corruption Perception Index, because to be assessed there, you must have a minimum of 3 data sets. As a matter of fact, Grenada they only started registering for Grenada in 2016. I want to draw your attention to the column titled Number of Sources. As you can see, Trinidad and Tobago is the country with the most data sources. Haiti and Jamaica follow, Haiti, Jamaica, and the Dominican Republic, they follow with 6 data sources. Grenada, like Dominica, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have 3 data sources. The scores for each data is set, or they're tabulated for each country from which the CPI scores are generated. And Grenada's scores are average, with Global Insights giving us the lowest score. Let me just go to another slide where you can have a closer look at Grenada's data sets. Global Insights have consistently given us 47. World Bank, you can see our scores changing from time to time. In 2021 is when we've had the highest score from the World Bank. World Justice Project gave us high scores in 2016 and 2019. And so we just take a look at a graphical breakdown of these scores again. You see global insights in blue, they're just consistent right across the board, but we vacillate with World Justice Project and the World Bank CPI. So the question for us now is, what can we do to improve our scores? And I'm trying to move quickly so that we can get to the end of the next 5 slides. First of all, let me say, before I go on to what we can do, I want to let you know that Grenada sits at 53 in 2021. That is 10 points above the global average. Transparency International has said that for 2021, the global average has been 43. And as a matter of fact, they've stated that this global average has been like that for a number of years, well over 3 years. But Grenada sits at 53. But here are some things that we can do to reduce the perception of corruption in the public sector and, by extension, improve our scores and our rankings in the Corruption Perception Index. 1, we can conduct risk assessments and act upon the results to reduce risks and vulnerabilities to corrupt practices in public bodies. We can increase engagement of civil society organizations in the fight against public sector corruption. We can engage in compliance and ethics training for public sector officials. We can promote transparency, accountability, and access to information. We can encourage and protect people who come forward to report corruption. In the bigger countries, they call whistleblowers. Here in Grenada, we do not have any legislation for the protection of whistleblowers under that name. But what we do have is the Prevention of Corruption Act, which Council spoke of earlier. And that act has provisions in there for public officers, public officials, for employees who want to expose corruption. The act provides for their protection so that they're not victimized. We can also provide timely reports to international institutions as required by international agreements. And here, sometimes as a nation, we fail because we think that we can do it any time. But if the report doesn't get in time, then the figures or the changes that we would have made that probably could improve our ranking or our scores are not taken into account because the report does not make it to where it has to go in time. So if we choose to provide timely reports to the international institutions, that's one very effective way we can improve our global score and our global ranking. We can also have timely implementation of recommendations that would assist in the fight against corruption. When we send off these reports, or when we do our reports and our assessments internally or otherwise, and we have our recommendations, timely implementation of these recommendations will definitely contribute to changing the perception of the levels of corruption in our public sector. We can also adhere to the code of conduct. I'm not going to go into that because council dealt with that. We can also use the gift registry. The commission launched the gift registry last year. And the gift registry is one way as public officials, we can safeguard ourselves from being, for want of a better word, accused of any nefarious activities or engaging in any corrupt activities. So let's use the gift registry. You receive a gift, you go on a trip to represent your organization, your statutory body, you receive a gift, declare that gift with the Office of the Integrity Commission and make sure that you follow the guidelines that they would provide to you. Manage conflict of interest. Mr. Duncan? We will manage conflict of interest in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Integrity in Public Life Act. This list is not exhaustive, and I'm certain that as you sit here and you reflect on all that was said, you would come up with your own suggestions as to how you can improve your operations within your respective bodies. As I end my presentation, I want to leave with you a quotation from the first woman president of India, that's Pratibha Patil. She once said that corruption is the enemy of development and of good governance. And I heard Dr. Koranteng use that today. It must be got rid of, she said. Both the government and the people at large must come together to achieve this national objective. So I encourage us all to take on board this philosophy and to serve wherever we are, in whichever statutory bodies we represent, serve with dignity and integrity. Don't do it for the CPI score. Don't do it for the global ranking. Do it because it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nicole Humphrey-Best, for that sharing and, especially the pointers on how we can improve our scores. Yes, but at the end, as how she said, it's something we always end with Integrity Commission. Do the right thing if when no one is watching. Yes. So we come to the end. That has been our final presentation here we're into the afternoon, this afternoon. And so before we leave, I just want to say two things. One, remember the registration form. I hope that you have filled out the form so that we can collect same. And there's also an evaluation form within your folder. We will very much appreciate having your feedback to see how we move forward with your evaluation. And at the same time, Dr. K, I think we need a group photo. I was told that we need a group photo, so please don't rush off. He needs a group photo for his report. Okay, so it's the end of my time just moderating your session today, and I now hand over and invite the administrative manager, Mrs. Eunice Sandy David, to end today's session. I thank you all participants for your participation. Mrs. Sandy David.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dawn Walker, our acting head of compliance at the Office of the Integrity Commission. And I want to encourage us all to give a big, big round of applause. This morning's presentation, and to share with you, I believe, Ms. Walker, and thank you very much for moderating and doing an excellent job at SAME. I think Ms. Walker may have shared a little bit earlier that we had well over, it's about 100 persons joining us online for this program today, because it is a regional program. And as our deputy had shared in his remarks, Grenada in 2017, when we pledged to the Commonwealth Secretariat that Grenada would be the hub for anti-corruption training within the region. And prior to that, the Commonwealth Caribbean Association of Integrity Commissions and Anti-Corruption Bodies was actually inaugurated right here in Grenada by our honorary Grenadian, Dr. Roger Koranteng. So Grenada certainly was the first and continues and remains as that best practice, both in keeping with the Commonwealth Secretariat and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, in keeping with our methodology and the systems that we have put in place thus far. So as we conclude today, just want to express on behalf of the Office of the Integrity Commission, the Department of Public Administration, Dr. Roger Koranteng, representing the Commonwealth Secretariat, and of course, Government of Grenada, to express sincere thanks to both yourselves who are here face-to-face and our over 100 colleagues online. And I know that the persons who are online cover the whole of the region. So we really appreciate that today. Going back to where we commenced this morning, thanks is certainly expressed to Mrs. Samorna Dowe-Mitchell, our head of investigations, acting for the invocation. We say thank you to our deputy chairperson and commissioner, Mr. Winston James, for your welcome remarks. Our presenters, Dr. Roger Koranteng, Commonwealth Secretariat, Mr. Akeyno Bartholomew, Legal Compliance Officer at the Office of the Integrity Commission, Nicole Humphrey-Best, Communications Organizational Compliance Officer. Sincere thanks to all three of you. And I believe if we want to put together collective messages from all the presentations and based on roles and responsibility of our statutory bodies and how your work impacts on our overall society, then I would perhaps just pull out the importance of effective corporate governance and the principles that Dr. Koranteng alluded to. I would make reference to Ms. Humphrey-Best when we looked at the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, because it still led us back to good governance. I would look at Mr. Akeyno Bartholomew's sharing, which again led us all back to good corporate governance. So we say thank you, and going forward at the Commission, we would be most happy to assist in whatever way possible in terms of assisting you as we have the legal mandate with the roles, responsibilities, structures, etc., that you may wish to establish within your organizations to enable you to continue with that fight against corruption. So thank you very much. And we're really happy that we had so many statutory bodies here face-to-face and our colleagues online. So we look forward to engaging with you in the future. Thank you very much.